you all please raise your right hand so I can give you the oath? Do you solemnly swear that you will truthfully answer all questions put to you by the court or counsel touching on your qualifications to sit as a juror in the case wherein the state of Ohio is plaintiff and Jacob Cadieux is the defendant? All right, thank you. Be seated. All right, I want to welcome everybody to the courthouse this morning. My name's John O'Donnell. I'll be presiding throughout this trial. I know this is the first chance you've had for jury service, and you watched the video from the Supreme Court this morning that told you a little bit about what to expect as a juror, but I'm going to give you a little bit more detailed introduction to jury service at this time. Now, service as a juror is an important civic duty. Trial by jury is one of the most valuable rights that we all possess in the United States, and the preservation of that right is strengthened by your response to the call for jury service. I recognize that each of you are making some sacrifice by being present today, and I know this represents some inconvenience to each of you, but I also believe that you recognize that jury service is necessary. The jury system that we use is a system that lets everyday people decide issues that affect other everyday people. So the sacrifice being made by you is a sacrifice that is necessary to ensure the continued existence of this system of justice. Now, some of you may be feeling a bit nervous or stressed at the thought of having to serve as a juror. Those are common feelings that are often expressed by prospective jurors that have never been here before. Many people think they don't know what jury duty entails, or they're not capable of performing the duties of a juror, but I want to assure you that each of you are more than capable of performing the duties of a juror. And it's my hope that each of you, whether it's as prospective jurors or if you're selected as trial jurors, will find that the experience will be interesting, and I can tell you that when I talk to juries after a trial is over with, they almost universally express that they enjoyed the service and would want to come back someday. Now, you've been summoned today as a prospective juror in a criminal case entitled State of Ohio versus Jacob Cadieux. Mr. Cadieux is a defendant in this case, meaning that he is charged with committing a criminal offense. In this case, he is charged with committing two separate offenses. Specifically, the indictment alleges in count one that on or about the 11th day of July, 2023, in the city of Painesville, Lake County, state of Ohio, Jacob A. Cadieux did by force, stealth, or deception trespass in an occupied structure or in a separately secured or separately occupied portion of an occupied structure, that being the residence located at 219 West High Street, Painesville, Ohio, with the purpose to commit in that structure or separately secured or separately occupied portion of that structure a criminal offense, that being theft. In count two, it is alleged that on or about the 11th day of July, 2023, in the city of Painesville, Lake County, state of Ohio, Jacob A. Cadieux did by force, stealth, or deception trespass in a home located at 219 West High Street, Painesville, Ohio, a permanent or temporary habitation of James M. Steelman, when any person other than an accomplice of the offender is present or likely to be present. The indictment filed in this case, which sets forth the charges read to you, is not evidence. It is used to inform Mr. Cadieux that he has been charged with the offenses. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. Mr. Cadieux has pled not guilty to the charges. The plea of not guilty is a denial of the charges in the indictment and puts in issue all the essential elements of each of the offenses. The state of Ohio and Mr. Cadieux are entitled to jurors who approach this case with open minds until such time as a verdict is reached. It would be unfair and improper for you to decide this case based only on part of the evidence without hearing the court's instructions or the arguments of counsel. Do not jump to conclusions on the basis of the first or even the last argument or the first or last evidence that is presented to you. In addition, jurors must be free as humanly possible from bias, prejudice, or sympathy, and not influenced by any preconceived ideas as to the facts or the law. You will receive the facts from the witness stand. Instructions as to the law will be given to you by the court, and that it is your sworn duty to accept and apply the instructions that are given to you. I'm going to begin this process by explaining the procedure by which some of you will be selected to serve as jurors in this case. As I said earlier, each of you are undoubtedly qualified to serve as a juror. However, there could be something that could disqualify you in this particular case under the specific facts or circumstances that are present in this case. So we're going to go through a process whereby I will ask you questions, and then counsel will ask you questions. This part of the trial is called voir dire. It's an opportunity for the court and the attorneys to get a little bit more information from you so that we can determine if we can get a fair and impartial jury in this case. These questions that are going to be asked are not designed to pry into your personal affairs, but to discover if you have any knowledge about this case or any preconceived opinion or notion that you cannot set aside, or if you had some experience in your personal life or your family life that may cause you to favor either party. These questions are necessary to assure that each party that we have a fair jury. I will ask some questions first as a group. If you have a response, raise your hand and I'll call on you. Every time an individual speaks, the juror number must be stated either by the person asking the question or the juror answering the question. We do this so the record is clear as to who is talking. After I've asked my questions, the attorneys will have a chance to ask questions as well. Again, these questions are not designed to be offensive or intrusive in any way, but are asked to help ensure that a fair jury is selected that can fairly try this case. I'm sure you would understand that a person who has knowledge of the facts of this case, or who has already made up his or her mind as to how this case should come out, cannot serve as a juror. That person will be excused for what is called good cause. After you're done being questioned, I'll meet with counsel out of your presence, at which time 13 individuals will be chosen as trial jurors in this case. One of the 13 will be the alternate. That person will not be identified until just before deliberations begin. Now, it's important that when answering all questions that you do so honest. We need you to be open and honest with your answers. If there's something you don't want to discuss in front of the whole panel, let me know that and we can discuss your response privately. Now, seated directly in front of me, representing the state of Ohio, are Assistant County Prosecuting Attorneys Eric Feusel and Josh Knopf. Would you guys introduce yourself, please? And introduce your officer, Mr.
Yes.
Feusel.
Our officer with us today is Sergeant Evan Gons from the Painesville Police Department. Thank you, Judge.
And seated at the other table is, representing Mr. Cadu, is Ashlyn Carroll. Ashlyn?
Hi, everyone. This is Jacob Cadu.
You've met Bob Gonzalez. He's our bailiff. It's his responsibility to direct you where to be at various times throughout the trial. Kathy Miller is our court reporter. She's responsible for recording and taking down everything that is being said in court. It's important that the witness, the jurors, and the lawyers speak clearly and loudly enough for her to hear them. Because people have a tendency to nod when they answer a question, you'll occasionally hear me gently remind you that you have to speak up and verbalize your answer so she can take that down. Now, those who participate in a trial must do so according to established rules. This applies to the witnesses, the lawyers, judge, and jurors. The lawyers present the evidence through the questioning of witnesses, which must be done according to the rules. The judge enforces the rules and determines what evidence may be admitted. At times during the trial, a lawyer may make an objection to a question asked by another lawyer or to an answer given by a witness. This simply means the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusion from the objections or from my ruling on those objections. These only relate to legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. As jurors, you will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility or believability of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the evidence. Later, the court will furnish the law, which you will apply to the facts. It is your sworn duty to apply the law as it is given to you by the court. Once the jury is selected, the procedure for the trial is as follows. First, the state will outline in an opening statement what they expect their evidence will show. The defense may then, but need not, make an opening statement. These opening statements are not evidence. They are a preview of the claims of each party designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented. Then the state offers evidence to support its claim. The defendant may then present evidence but is not required to do so. If the defense does offer evidence, the state may then offer rebuttal evidence. Trial concludes with the instructions of law and the arguments of counsel. You would then deliberate on your verdict. A criminal case begins with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant he has been charged with an offense. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. The plea of not guilty is a denial of the charge and puts in issue all the essential elements of each offense. The defendant is presumed innocent until his guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state of Ohio to prove the facts necessary for its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offenses charged in the indictment. Reasonable doubt is present when, after you have carefully considered and compared all the evidence, you cannot say you are firmly convinced of the truth of that charge. Reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts which the court requires you to accept as true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is the testimony of given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the indictment or the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, the accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you may assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. The testimony of a defendant is to be weighed by the same rules that apply to other witnesses if the defendant takes a stand and testifies. The defendant has the Fifth Amendment right to not testify in this trial. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you shall not consider that decision for any purpose. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence would be the force and weight of the evidence regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. The court instructs you not to converse with the attorneys, parties, or witnesses during the trial. Likewise, the participants in the trial must not converse with you, and in fact, they are ordered not to talk to you until the case has concluded. If anyone should attempt to discuss the case with you, report that incident to me or to the bailiff immediately. Do not investigate or attempt to obtain additional information about this case outside the courtroom. It is improper for any of you to attempt to do so. You are instructed not to read, view, or listen to any report in any media on the subject of this trial. Do not permit anyone to read or comment upon them to you or in your presence. Such reports may be incomplete and inaccurate. You may only consider and decide this case upon the evidence that is received at the trial. If you acquire any information from an outside source, you must report it. If you realize during the course of the trial you have personal knowledge of any facts in this case, inform the bailiff as soon as possible. Now, as I said, I'm going to ask you questions first as a group, and if you respond to that question, raise your hand and make sure that, we identify the person by juror number and that you verbalize your answers. First, does anybody know any of the three attorneys that were identified here today? Anybody know the police officer? Anybody know Mr. Cadu? Anybody know me? Do any of you potential jurors know each other? All right, let's start with, number 18. Remember, we're just using numbers and not names, okay? Number 18, who do you know? Who is it back? 28? Okay, and how do you know 28?
Mutual cousin,
All right, when is the last time that you saw number 28?
last year.
Okay. How often do you two speak? Was it last year that you did? Okay, all right. And if you're seated on this jury and 28 is seated on this jury, would that pose any problem for you?
No.
What if you decided the case should come out one way and she decided the other way? Would that cause a problem in your relationship in the future?
No.
All right, how about with you, number 28? Any problem serving together if that is in case what happens? Okay. If you guys are on opposite sides, would that affect your relationship in the future? Okay. Anybody else? All right. Has anybody served on a jury before? Not this process, but actually been picked to serve on a jury? Anybody been through this process before? Okay, and number 8, when were you, called?
Oh, geez, I'd say 10 years ago, in Collier County.
Okay. Anything about that experience that you think would prevent you from being a fair juror in this case?
No,
Okay. And number 25, when were you called?
About 2.5 years ago on Bacon Road, during the pandemic.
Okay. And you weren't picked to serve, right?
No.
All right. Any issue with you, with your prior knowledge of how this works? Any issue with you being a juror in this case?
No.
Okay. 36.
About 2018, Ashtabula County.
Anything about that experience that would prevent you from being fair to both parties in this case? Okay. Anybody else I missed back there? Okay. Has anybody had any prior legal training of any type? Yes, sir. Your number?
32,
And what kind of training have you had?
paralegal studies in college, criminal justice major.
All right. Did you enter into that line of work at all?
16 years of social work in Cuyahoga County,
All right. Are you still there?
not current.
Okay. Anything about that experience that would prevent you from being fair to both sides in this case?
I don't think so.
Okay. So this, you heard the charges in this case. It's probably not something that, in your prior line of work, that would have been something that came before you. So is there any reason that you don't think you could be fair to Mr. Cadu in this case? Any reason you can't be fair to the state of Ohio?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Anybody else? Any legal training of any type? Okay. Anybody have any, and I'll kind of lump this all together, any ethical, moral, religious, or philosophical views that would prevent them from sitting as a juror in this case? Now, it's expected that this case probably would run today and part of tomorrow. So understanding that everybody has work obligations and family obligations, other than those couple of things, is there anything that would prevent anybody from serving during that length of time? Okay. Your number, sir?
27?
Okay, what do you got?
I need to go to North Carolina today, this afternoon, for work. There is I need to present to the sales meeting, I need to present to them.
What time is that?
I need to catch the flight at 4.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anybody else? Your number, please?
34,
Okay, go ahead.
OBGYN appointment in Chagrin Falls this afternoon.
Okay. And you said you're 34?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Does anybody have any physical problems that would prevent them from sitting for periods at a time? And usually, we'll take a break about every hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes. So for that length of time, anybody have any difficulty sitting? Same reason?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, all right. That was 34, Kathy. Okay, sorry. All right. Now, has anybody, since we've been sitting in here for not very long, anybody form any opinion on how this case should come out? All right. Now, as I said, it's the duty of the jury to decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crimes that are charged in this indictment. If he is found guilty, it becomes my duty to determine what sentence will be imposed. And I make that decision with the benefit of a further investigation and other information that would not be available or relevant for the purpose of this trial. Now, does anybody think they cannot perform the duties of a juror without thinking about what might happen afterward if the defendant is found guilty? Anybody have an issue with that? All right, in a minute, I'm going to turn it over to counsel to further question you. Counsel for the state, Mr. Feusel, will go first, followed by Ms. Carroll for the defendant. What they do or what they say in voir dire is not evidence. Evidence is all the testimony that is received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts I require you to accept as true. Since it is your duty to decide this case solely on the evidence as the court later defines it for you, you must not consider as evidence any statement or act of any attorney made during this trial, including during voir dire. Mr. Feusel?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Feusel. I introduced myself quickly earlier today. Again, I'm here with Josh Now, as well as our Sergeant Evan Gomps today. As indicated before, I'm not the county prosecutor. I'm one of our assistant prosecutors. What that means is I work for our county prosecutor. We have a division of attorneys that work under Charles Colson, who's the elected prosecutor. You were asked earlier about some people, whether or not you knew who they were, didn't know who they were, so I'm going to kind of jump right back into that phase here if I could. Does anybody know anybody that works at the Lake County Prosecutor's Office? Yes, jury number the 25?
25.
Yep.
I know Rocco.
You know Rocco?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you known Rocco?
He's my son's brother.
He's your son's, what was that?
Brother-in-law.
Son's brother-in-law, okay, so kind of like a family member in a way?
Yeah.
Okay, you've known, and Rocco DePiro?
Yeah.
He's a felony attorney?
Yeah.
Similar position to what I do as a prosecutor, correct? Okay. And how often do you see Rocco?
Birthday parties, graduation parties, things like that. He's my grandchildren's uncle, so.
So kind of almost like a family type relationship. Now that relationship to Rocco, would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in the trial here today?
No.
Does it sway you to perhaps take what I'm saying in a more favorable light than perhaps what Ms. Carroll would say?
No.
No? I'm sorry.
No.
No? Okay. And anybody else coming on from the Lake County Prosecutor's Office? No? How about the Painesville Police Department? Obviously today we've introduced Sergeant Evan Gomps. You may also hear a couple different this trial, one of which being Detective Brandon Smith. Anybody know Detective Brandon Smith from the Painesville Police Department? No? How about Detective Hughes from the Painesville Police Department? Last thing I want to throw to you, two other names I'd like to throw out to you to see if you are familiar with. A couple of people that live in the Painesville area. The first being a gentleman by the name of Lee Morgan. Does that name sound familiar to anyone? Second one being a gentleman by the name of James Steelman. Is that familiar to anybody? Okay. Now, the Lake County Prosecutor's Office is a little bit, I won't say extensive, but we have there's other parts of the office, including sometimes we work hand in hand with our crime lab. Anybody know anyone who works at the Lake County Crime Lab? All right, we'll start in the back first, and we'll come back to number 25. So we got number 28.
I'm not quite sure if she still works there, but Mrs. Hagley.
Say that one more time.
Mrs. Hagley?
Mrs. Hattie. Connie?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known Connie?
Since I was 6.
Since when?
I was 6 years old.
Okay, so for a very long time. Family, close associations with the family?
I was friends with her daughter in elementary and high school.
Okay. And do you still have a relationship with Connie, or is that more just when you were a child?
Facebook friends.
Facebook friends? Okay. And your relationship with Connie, would that have any way affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Okay, to see things just the same as for the defense as you could for the state?
Yes.
Okay. And we're gonna come back over here now, number 25. What do you know from the crime lab?
Stephanie, last name was Flash, she's married now, I don't forget her.
Okay. And how do you know Stephanie?
She's my daughter's friend.
And similar line of questions that I asked you before about Rocco. The fact, are you still, do you have a relationship with her at all, or not?
Well, I used to see her when, she would come to my house,
Okay.
see my daughter, and my daughter's still friends with her.
Okay. And that relationship that your daughter has with her, would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial here today?
No.
Thank you. So one of the things that was talked about today by the judge, by Judge O'Donnell, was the presentation of evidence, and certain evidence you may or may not receive. I think a lot of us are familiar with some of the big trials that have kind of happened in the news lately, perhaps one of them being maybe the Murdaugh trial or something like that, where there's days and weeks of testimony that goes on and on and on. You heard from the judge today, probably today and tomorrow. Is anybody anticipating or feel that 2 days is just way too short of a trial to have to be able to make a determination on evidence or facts? That there should be more information than that? We should be here for weeks on end? No. Trials sometimes may include an abundance of evidence. You may have crime lab testimony, you may have boxes and boxes and boxes of evidence. Not all trials are that way. Can we accept that sometimes we don't quite have boxes and boxes and boxes and days worth of evidence to piece through, because not all trials are perhaps that complex? We agree with that as well? There's also times where, again, you've heard and you've seen shows like CSI where things go to a crime lab and 20 minutes later, Abby down in the lab has popped up with an answer and says, it's that guy. Not every case works that way as well. Do you understand that? Is that something you guys can be familiar with and have an understanding of? Okay. Now, you heard the judge mention the burden. The burden in this case is on the state of Ohio. It's our job as the state of Ohio to show, in this case, that Mr. Cadieux committed the crimes of burglary and trespass in a habitation. Those are the two crimes we have to show. Ms. Carroll could sit here with her client and she could play checkers with him the entire time if she wanted to. She does not have to ask a single question. She will not do that. She's a very good attorney, but she doesn't have to do that. It's our burden to show what those elements are to meet the elements of the crime and to go through that. We agree with that as well. You understand that? Okay. You heard the charges from the judge, and I said them one more time just now myself: burglary and trespass in a habitation. The bulk of this case took place within the city of Painesville, location on West High Street, over by where the old Harvey High School used to be. Is anybody familiar with that area? You are, sir? Number 7? Are you from that area? You live in that area?
Oh, no, but my friends live there.
Okay. Specifically on that street over by High Street over there?
Oh, no, they live, I can't remember exactly what the name it was called, but it's right next to our school.
Okay. The new Harvey High School, the one they just built, or the old one, the one that's no longer there?
The new.
The The new one, okay, so we're over at, you know the whole area? Perfect, okay, very good. Are you from Basil?
Mentor.
Mentor, okay.
I thought you were Mentor.
The fact that you're familiar a little bit with that area, do you have any, is that gonna affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Do you have an opinion about that area of Painesville by any chance? Know anything about it? No, okay. Now, a lot of times when we think of this idea of burglary, we might get this image of, you know, the old cartoons of a guy with a sack over his back and kind of creeping through and walking through out of a bank or something like that. Can we understand that's not necessarily what burglary means? And you're going to be given directions from the judge with actual instructions as to what the definition of burglary is. Can we put aside kind of those understandings of what we thought burglary might be and only listen to what the judge instructs you as to what burglary truly is? Take those definitions and make our opinion based upon that? Yes? Okay. Now, some of the questions now that I'm going to ask might become a little bit personal, and I don't mean to offend anybody if I get personal with anyone. It's something we have to ask questions. This is the only chance we have to get to know you guys a little bit more. And it's done so that not just the state of Ohio can have a fair trial, but so that Mr. Padu can have a fair trial here today. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and you might feel they're a little personal. If you could just please be open and candid with us today, it would be very much appreciated. We had a chance to read through some of those questionnaires that you all have filled out, and some of you indicated that you have been or were victims of crime in the past. How many people were in that group or had family members that were in that group that have been victims of crime? Anyone in that category? Number 5, number 10, number 16, 25. We're gonna kind of go around the room on this. I'll start with you, Jared, number 5. So you were, you don't have to say it was yourself or a family member or anything like that, but that incident, is it something that stayed with you and the family, or were you able to kind of slowly start to get over that?
I came over.
You came over it? Okay. And on that occasion, did you yourself have any interaction with the police department that may have been involved with that case?
With the Mentor Police Department.
With the Mentor Police Department? Did they do an okay job, or were you left wanting more? How did they do for you?
Wish I could've gotten my stuff back.
Okay. So it was a situation where something was taken from you and unfortunately not returned. Okay. Did it ever reach the stage of catching anybody in that case?
No.
Okay. You reported it to the police department though, and they did some type of an investigation and came up empty.
Correct.
And that can happen sometimes. The fact that that happened to you in that case, does it have a negative impact on you, the way you view the police department by any chance?
No.
Okay. The fact that you've had to interact and work with police in a case, is that gonna affect your ability to be fair and impartial to Mr. Padu today?
No.
Oops, sorry, y'all. In the back here, number 10, you said that you also indicated that you had a family member or yourself had been a victim of crime, same type of a question. After that occurred, is it something that stuck with you, or were you able to kind of put it behind?
It still stuck with me to an extent, because my friend was very traumatized by the experience.
Okay. Did you yourself have any type of a direct relationship or interaction with any of the officers involved in that case?
No, sir.
Okay. And in the dealing with it, did your friend have any negative impact with the law enforcement or feelings about that you guys shared?
I don't think it was handled to her satisfaction.
Okay. Remember which department that was at? Was it local?
Yes, Painesville.
It was Painesville, okay. And, you're probably not sure which officers were involved since it wasn't your,
No.
the fact that your friend, is it a close friend to you?
Yes.
Almost friend or family, if you will?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys still talk regularly?
Every day.
She know you're here today serving in a jury? Okay. Do you think she's gonna be caught off guard when she hears that it was involving Painesville Police Department?
No.
Okay. The fact that she had a case with Painesville where she was a victim that didn't quite go the way she had hoped, is that gonna impact you today? Can you set aside her case to hear just what happened in this case?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, you can be fair and impartial on that. Okay, thank you very much, number 10. Anybody else in the jury box up here first before I slide over to the? Over here, I know there were a few hands up. I think, we'll start, go again, jury 25.
Yes, I have family members.
A family member, same thing, okay. And, that, did you yourself have to have any interaction with the police department as a result of that?
No.
Did your family member have a extensive kind of interaction, I'm guessing, with the police department then? Was it, would you say that was a positive or negative, interaction with her or him? It was a good interaction, okay. Was it a local department?
Kirkland.
It was Kirtland? Okay. And, did they feel they did an okay job, bad job? Did they leave with animosity, anything like that? Good job, okay. The fact that Kirtland, again, different department, did a good job in a case, can you separate that out from what's happening just in this case here today? Thank you. Was it at 16, were you with it?
Yes.
And sir, what was your experience, or your family member's experience?
No,
Was it death?
theft,
I'm sorry.
theft.
Theft, I'm sorry. And, did you yourself have any interaction with the police department in that one?
I did.
Okay. And was it a positive experience or a negative experience?
No, it's positive.
Okay, was it a local municipality or was it someplace else?
Well, I grew up, East 79, St. Clair area,
Okay,
and, so it was in that. back
so it would have been,
70s.
okay. And your interaction with the police back then, was it a positive or negative interaction?
Good.
It was good? Okay. Can you separate out what took place in your case back in the, I guess now 30-plus years ago,
Right.
to where we are here today?
It's tough. You know, when you're violated like that,
Mhm.
you know, hard to forget.
Right? The fact that it happened to you directly, I'm taking from this, or a close member of your family, would you be able to give Mr. Cadu a fair shake here today and hear the evidence from both sides fairly?
You know, I'd probably be on the fence, to be honest with you.
Okay. And if the judge were to instruct you to only take what's given to you, the evidence that's presented, things like that, would you rate perhaps what Mr. Sergeant Gons were to take the stand? His words more higher than perhaps a lay witness, somebody who wasn't a police officer?
Probably not,
Okay, so you take his testimony for what he says,
yes.
and you would judge based on how he presented whether or not his credibility would be at stake when he took the stand.
I believe so.
Okay, because we can all agree that, perhaps, let me ask this question. We all agree that there's some good officers and some bad officers in cases. I think that's clear today. We can agree on that, right? So we can agree that we'll take the credibility of the officer when we go up in the stand. We judge that. You will have that chance to judge that. Is that fair? So you could be fair and impartial here today if it came to it?
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff Sixton. I appreciate you sharing. So number 20. Go ahead. Say a burglary. Okay. So the kind of exact type of thing we're talking about here today, we're talking about a burglary. Was it something you were directly involved in, or was it a family yourself? How long ago was that burglary? Four years ago? 40 years ago, thank you, sorry. Sometimes my hearing goes, I'd be one of the people raising my hand when you said, who has hearing problems? So 40 years ago, was it something in this area? East Cleveland? Okay. And, you were probably just a little girl when that happened, I'm guessing.
I wish. Thank you.
And when that occurred, did you have any interaction with the police officers?
Yeah, I called and they came, but, they looked at the situation. There was no investigation.
Okay. So you had I would say, it sounds like a poor experience with that department at that point in time.
Yeah, I would say so, but there was a lot going on that night. I had to call the police 7 times.
Okay. So it was an investigation you felt was not followed through with? Okay. The fact that you had a pretty rough experience many years ago, not only to yourself, but also with the police department, can you set that aside for this case here today to hear the evidence as it relates just in this case and what Painesville PD did in this case to be fair and impartial? Okay. And that was, I think, so you said just so that, I know sometimes the audio doesn't pick it up. Thank you. I think there was another hand back here, number 28.
Kidnapping?
Say that, kidnapping, okay, and, I'm not gonna ask you, was you or a family member, somebody, either yourself or a close family member, did you have any interaction yourself with the police department regarding that?
I
Okay,
So probably,
okay. So your memory of it is more just relayed to you then as opposed to anything that actually happened, okay. Did that leave any type of a lasting memory or effect on you regarding how you view the police departments?
no,
Okay. Still to be fair and impartial?
yes.
Anyone else in the back? No.
Sure, report.
Yes.
I just realized, I have a question I didn't know about, several different kinds of years. My wife's first was, smashing crab at Outland Park, on Lake Shore.
Okay, did she get it back?
No,
She did?
the garbage can with the haulers and stuff was gone.
Okay.
And also my daughter's, iPhone, with her credit card and stuff, was stolen on the street.
Menor, Willoughby, Willowick, like, where?
Well,
Willowick, okay. And,
she got a phone back, she didn't get cards or anything like that.
okay. In both those instances, you reported to the police departments? Willowick and Menor, Willoughby?
I believe the police were on scene, I don't think there were reports to the.
Okay. Did you yourself have any direct interaction in either of those cases with police departments?
I believe they weren't gonna do anything for it, because it was such a small thing. I asked for like video from the store, because obviously it's not caught, I can't really pull it up from anything with it, so. So we just dropped.
So probably not the best experience, you got part of your belongings back, but not all of it. The fact that you had I'll call it a mediocre experience with perhaps law enforcement in those cases, would that affect you here today?
No, I was working East Cleveland, I get shot out once a week, once a month, or a year or whatever, so I could call the police that night, they sent a report to them, they didn't need something fun, get back to me. So
Okay.
East Cleveland, I had forced her with that.
And I think we can, this is a Painesville case today. You've had no interaction with the Painesville Police Department?
My daughter had a speeding ticket one time, or not, I'm sorry, it was failure to go on the road lane, it was messed up. That one interaction.
Any negative interaction from that you took away that, I can't trust the word that comes out of this Painesville officer's mouth? No, okay. Can be fair and impartial here today? Thank you for sharing, appreciate that. Anybody else? Thank you. I would like to just try and, let me ask one question. Anybody, we talked a little bit about not being victims, anybody been, convicted of any felony level crimes before? Any felony level crimes? Prior felony convictions? Anybody have family members who perhaps have been under that kind of category, where there's maybe a drug-related case or something like that? And we've had, and perhaps had to kind of deal with that, part of your life. For those of you who raised your hands, anybody in that group have any direct interaction with the police in either your case or your family members' cases?
No.
Anybody had direct interaction with the court system as a result of that? Perhaps had to come in and say something on their behalf or anything like that?
Yes.
Yep, number 8.
Letters to the judge.
Wrote letters to the judge. That experience of having been on that side of it, the post-conviction part of it, can you set aside all of that post-conviction, realizing that today we're only focusing on whether or not a crime actually occurred?
Yes.
Anybody else have any interaction or dealings with the court system? Anybody ever been called to testify in a court case before? Been a witness? Okay, let's start with number 20.
This was, trying to remember, it wasn't actually a court, but I was working for CPI and I got subpoenaed because, there was a fight at the tank house.
Okay. Did you have to come into court to actually testify on that? Or did they maybe resolve it?
No, I don't remember if it was a court or not, but I remember I got subpoenaed.
Were you the person who reported it, or were you just the person who happened to be there and saw it that day?
Yeah, I just saw it.
You were there and you saw it? That experience that you had having witnessed perhaps a crime or an alleged crime take place, does that affect your ability to be fair and impartial here today? Juror number 32, I'm gonna take a guess. Your line of social work, you've had quite a few times you testified as a social worker. Outside of that line of work, or did that, because you testified, perhaps it's a better question, because you testified as a social worker for so many years, did that have a negative impact perhaps on court system or law enforcement or anything like that? little bit louder, I apologize.
When you say negative impact, can you expound, what does that mean?
How did it affect you? Did it impact you in any way?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Work, I don't know, I'm not gonna speculate whether it was children, adults, or indifferent in between. There's a lot of times you would work hand in hand with law enforcement.
Yes.
Did law enforcement do enough, in your opinion, in those situations?
Not always.
Not always?
Yeah.
Can we accept today, though, that, obviously, this case is different from the cases that you were investigating and working on as a social worker?
Yes.
And that the Painesville Police Department's investigation in this case particular, is separate and apart from those cases, obviously, that you served on?
Right.
Okay. And can judge what's coming from Sergeant Gons and perhaps other officers who may testify based on their credibility here today? You're shaking your head. What is the area of concern that you have?
I guess, I guess it depends on what they say.
Fair, very fair. And I think that's a very good point. And if you didn't hear ladies and gentlemen, it depends on what's fair, and what they say, what he says. And, I think the judge informed you that before we began. You are the ones who get to determine the credibility of the witnesses in the stand. You will get that opportunity, that it's up to you to believe or not believe. But does anybody come in here and say today, well, he's a police officer, I automatically believe what he's going to say? Does anybody have that view, or that opinion? Does anybody have the opinion that these police today are so rough, I can't believe a single word that they say or what's coming out of their mouth? Does anybody have that opposite view? A little bit, juror number 32 and juror number 33. Juror number 33, what kind of gives you that opinion? Say that one more time.
33, I wasn't sure what that was.
Yeah, I'm asking juror number 33 in this case. What gave you kind of that opinion?
I'm just struggling with, everything we read here in the news for many years now, and, struggling with, what we see, as the institution of policing overall.
And I see some other shaking heads back there that are sharing kind of a similar opinion. I would ask you today, and then can we set aside perhaps these, and there are plenty of national media stories, I'm not going to hide from that today. And I think I said earlier on, there are good cops and there are bad cops, there are good views and bad views. Not everyone's treated equally, but can you put those kind of, maybe, I'm gonna call it a bias, aside, to just solely focus on what's gonna happen in this case here today? I'm gonna speak, this is directly to, I will go to 33 first.
Yeah, it is a bias, and, yeah, I can put it aside and exactly what here is for.
Okay, so you think you could still be fair and impartial today? Juror 32, you're shaking your hand, you're not so sure.
A personal experience, negative.
Okay, thank you. Let's get close with a final question if I can here. A lot of people have come in with perhaps other things going on. I know we've heard a little bit, I think someone had an OBGYN appointment later today even. Does anybody have anything else that's going on in their life that's gonna distract them from what's happening here today over the next 2 days? 32?
Yeah, new job, so, I just started a new job.
New job? Okay,
So,
okay. Anybody else? Number 19.
My mom's in the hospital.
Okay. When did she go in? Was it recent?
Oh, yeah,
Very, okay,
Friday.
okay. And which hospital? Is she local?
Hillcrest,
Hillcrest?
Mayfield.
And without going to, she's been kept overnight obviously since Friday, you said? Any idea of how long she's gonna be in? Do they know that? Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? I saw somebody else hand raised in the back, or number 30 on the desk. 35?
Yeah, I'm a college student.
Okay, so your classes you're thinking of probably this time of year, middle of the semester, things going on. Okay, thank you.
I already mentioned, I have a.
You have North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Correct?
I will be thinking.
Thank you. And 21?
Graduate program.
Okay. Okay, so you're in the middle of a graduate program right now. Where are you going to school at?
Franklin University.
Okay. And, Any big pressing exams or anything coming up right now that you're,
Yeah,
when is that?
next week.
Next week? Okay, but nothing in the next 2 days at least? Okay, thank you. Juror number, what we got here, 14, 13?
I run and operate a small business, and I'm our only salesman and manager. So I have 2 or 3 employees right now with nothing really to go on, and trying to keep them focused, so.
So they're kind of covering while you're here at least?
Trying, but they're not very good at that, it's not really their position, so, that's kind of a worry, I guess.
Okay. Are they the same, hoping we're the same people that perhaps when you do get a good break from work, when you take a vacation, are they the same people you kind of rely on for that as well?
We came to that.
Okay.
It's just kind of a work in progress, and so kind of on that teetering edge.
Okay. But as far as the job site goes, or the work goes, it's still functioning today, at least while you're here?
Yeah, I like.
Okay, good, good.
Joe, I have a job interview tomorrow and Wednesday.
Okay. What time is that interview set for?
It's set for, 2 o'clock.
And juror number 5?
I'm going to tomorrow, I have an aunt coming in from Australia, so I haven't seen them before the pandemic. She
Okay.
arrived Tuesday evening, so later this week.
Later this week? Perfect. Anyone else? In the back, 34?
Oh, yes, with the OBGYN for the vaccine, I also am doing resources for the school district, so a lot of onboarding or beginning of the school year practices at this time of year are all with my office.
Thank you. And lastly, is there anyone who just simply does not want to be here today? 28, 32, 15, 20, a lot of people raising their hand. 15, any reason?
Well, you know what, Mr. Poisel, the reasons don't matter because they were summoned here.
That's true.
And the experiences, my experience is most people would rather be doing their normal thing than be here, but that's why we summon people. If we didn't summon people, they wouldn't show up, and we wouldn't have a system, and there would be calamity. So,
And that's the answer, folks.
so there you go.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time this morning.
Ms. Carroll?
Thank you, Ron. All right. Like I said before, my name's Ashlyn Carroll. Can everyone hear me okay in the back? Okay, if you can't, just give me a wave, because that does happen sometimes, so sorry in advance. So, Mr. Foisel's already gone through a lot of the questions that I would normally ask, so I mostly have some follow-up questions, and I'm going to start kind of in the middle, where he was talking about people that have been a prior victim to an offense. And there was a couple of you that specifically talked about the fact that you didn't feel the case was handled well, or that you don't think that the police department did enough. And so, I think number 5, or is it 4 or 5? 5, sorry. And you had said that you interacted with the Mentor Police Department and you never got your stuff back, they never found out you did or anything like that. Do you feel like there was a sense of injustice about that?
I actually worked with the Mentor Police Department and then also the Elyria Police Department.
Okay,
I feel like I got a little bit of a runaround from the Elyria Police Department.
okay,
The officer I worked with in Mentor was, I would say, helpful.
okay. And if you thought that the officers in this case, if the evidence came out that the officers didn't do enough, or if they didn't do, a good enough investigation, how do you think that would make you feel based on your experiences that you've had with the police department?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so how would, if the evidence came out that, say, the officers in this case didn't do a good investigation, or a good enough investigation, how do you think that that would make you feel about the case? Do you think that would make you feel like you needed to get justice for the person, or do you feel like you could, I guess I'll leave it open-ended. How do you feel like that would make you feel?
I mean, it's disappointing to kind of learn that, but I think I can still be
juror number 10. I think you also said that, it stuck with you that your friend was very traumatized and that the case wasn't handled to her satisfaction. So how do you think you would feel if it came out that this case wasn't handled to what you think is, you know, a satisfactory level?
I would be disappointed because somewhat similar, someone tried to break into her house tonight, nothing, it was very traumatizing and violating,
Okay.
so I would be disappointed to see that happen again.
And so do you think that you would want to make up for that lack by, you know, if they didn't meet the elements of the offense, that you think, well, you know, we need to get this justice, do you think you would be harder on Mr. Cadieux, or do you think that you would be able to understand that they are still the ones that bear the burden, and if they don't meet that burden, then that wouldn't be sufficient for a conviction?
Yeah, I understand it's a separate situation and somebody shouldn't be held accountable for someone else's crime.
Okay. Juror number 16. You kind of expressed some hesitation. You said that, your experience has colored your view of the theft offense. You're not sure if you'd be able to be impartial because of the impact that case had.
Talking to me,
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, you know, background noise, I worked in construction for 30 years.
I'll speak up.
Yeah,
So, when you were talking about the issue that you had with the theft offense,
yeah,
you said that impacted your view of theft offenses, and you weren't sure if you could be fair and impartial because of that impact it had on you.
correct.
Okay. So, what about it do you think would be difficult?
I don't like thieves.
Okay. And so, do you think, knowing that there's an allegation of a theft in this case, that you would already come in with some preconceived notions?
Like I said, I'd be on the fence.
On the fence of whether you could be fair or impartial?
Correct.
Okay. And so, it's okay if you're not. Like the judge said in the beginning, there are people that are right for one jury, not right for another jury. So, it's okay if you're not. So I do appreciate you being honest that you're not sure whether or not you'd be able to be fair and impartial.
Okay.
And, sorry, two more people, that I just wanted to touch base on that with. Number 3, I know you said you were, it was your wife's purse and then your daughter's phone.
Yeah.
And they were theft offenses, and the officers wouldn't end up going to get the video like you asked them to, and, you felt like they weren't really doing enough. Is there anything about that experience that would impact this case, where if you thought that the officers didn't do enough?
No.
Okay, and last one, 28. Oh, sorry, 20. Yes, and, I think you also said that you had called the police for a burglary, and you had called them multiple times that night, and you didn't feel that they did a good job with their investigation. So, do you think that if something like that were to come up in this case, that you would have any biases towards that it would impact your decision either way?
I don't think so. You know, I had certain expectations. They didn't even fingerprint, they didn't do anything.
Okay,
You know, they just came, look, and left, you know.
okay. And so, in this case, if you felt that they didn't do a good enough job, would you still hold them to that burden, that if you didn't meet those elements, you'd be able to find a not guilty verdict, or would you feel that if they didn't do a good case, that you would still need to find the defendant guilty?
I think I can listen to you.
Okay. Listen to the evidence and,
Yes.
okay. All right, and number 32. I know you got, a lot of attention with Mr. Floydville, so I'm sorry to bring it back to you, but, you said you were not so sure you could set aside your negative views of police officers in this case. So do you think that if an officer testified, you would have a hard time believing what they said, or do you think that you'd be able to listen to what he said, watch any evidence, if there's video evidence, you could watch that, listen to what they're saying, and then make a determination on whether they're being truthful or not when they testify?
To be honest, I start off with that bias.
Okay.
As a progressive, as I hear more information, that bias subsides.
Okay.
Number 32, I have a question for you. When you had testified in when you were working for, as a social worker, you testified in court?
Yes.
All right. How many times do you think you testified?
I can't really say, I'm not sure. Like I said, I've been a social worker for 16 years, so probably more than 10.
Okay. And when you were testifying, it was generally just in front of a judge, right, not a jury?
I've had a couple of times where I did jury trial.
Okay, so you sat there, you kind of have a unique perspective, since you've testified as a witness before. You had somebody judging your credibility, right? Trying to determine whether what you were saying was correct or not correct, right? Or truthful or untruthful, really, right? All right. And you've had the opportunity to observe people within the scope, context of an investigation to determine whether they were being truthful or not truthful, correct? All right, so you got probably out of the 36 here the most experience in judging credibility from both sides of the table. Do you believe, with your experience, that you have the ability to judge whether somebody, when they're testifying, is telling the truth or is not telling the truth?
That's the thing. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I mean, I would have to hear the evidence.
Right.
And everything else. So, I mean, yes, I can.
Okay, I mean, you got a certain skill set that others don't have based on your experience, that you've sat there and considered whether somebody was being truthful. You've been in the hot seat where people are trying to figure out whether you're telling the truth or not telling the truth. So you believe that you have the ability to determine whoever's sitting up here, whether they're being truthful or untruthful with you, if you're a member of the jury.
Do I have the ability?
Right.
No, not directly. I mean, like I said, during the course of the investigation, based on the evidence, but not, like, I can look at your face and say you're guilty.
Right. What I mean is, they're gonna say something that either makes sense based on all the information, all the facts you hear, or it makes no sense, right? You have the ability to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, and so back to when the judge originally read you kind of all of the rights, that Mr. Cadieux has, he said that there is the constitutional right for him not to testify. Does anyone feel like they would have a harder time deciding whether it was a guilty or not guilty, if he did not testify? Do you feel like you'd have to hear from him whether you could decide whether or not, the state has proved the case? No? Okay,
Kinda, yeah, I mean, a situation like this,
okay.
you have to own your.
Number 19, talking.
I mean, this is your opportunity to say your side, you have to own it, face your life.
Okay, and
Don't have
so,
somebody else do it for you.
so even though the judge told you that Mr. Cadieux has the right not to testify, that that's a constitutional right, and that by pleading not guilty, he is denying committing the offense, you would not be able to make any decision on the case unless you heard from him, or you think you wouldn't be able to make a fair decision on the case unless you heard from him?
Definitely, lean you toward one side, unfortunately, if I was only over here, even though I understand the law.
Okay.
It's up to the state to prove the various essential elements of a charge. Burglary is made up of elements, and it's up to the state to prove each of those elements. If they don't prove those elements to you beyond a reasonable doubt, what would your verdict be?
understanding what you're saying, with that being said, it would have to be not guilty,
Right.
but just being honest.
I know, but I'm going somewhere with this thing. It's up to Mr. Foisel and Mr. Knopf to prove this case. It is not up to Mr. Cadu to disprove this case. Not only Mr. Cadu, but everybody who sits in that chair for the last 248 years, they don't have a burden. It's not up to them, because the state is the one that brings the charge. The state is the one that is, in this case, by virtue of the fact that we're here, is seeking to convict Mr. Cadu of that charge. Mr. Cadu didn't bring any charge. They charged him with it. It is not his burden, and if you were charged with an offense, it wouldn't be your burden to disprove something. It's up to them to prove it. So ultimately, the question is, will you hold them to their burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay? And within that context, he doesn't have to testify if he doesn't want. There could be a myriad of reasons somebody doesn't testify. Okay? There are going to be a whole bunch. Number 32's testified before, so he's had somebody cross-examine him before. Okay? It's not a pleasant experience to be cross-examined, okay, because you have to answer the questions. So somebody may be, by virtue of the fact of their personality, a disaster as a witness. Somebody may stutter. There could be a whole bunch of reasons. Okay? One of the reasons could be, well, I'm not going to get up there and testify because they haven't proven their case, and it's not my burden to testify. So ultimately, my question to you is, if Mr. Cadu, and I don't have the slightest idea what he's going to do or not do, okay? If he decides not to testify, will you ignore that fact and decide this case based on whether they prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt with what the evidence you got?
I would have to simply say I would take it all into consideration. I feel like at that time they proved it, he didn't. It's hard for me to say.
Okay, but you said if they proved it and he didn't.
If he didn't testify.
Right. Okay.
Stand on the fence. I honestly don't know.
All right, well, do you believe that, do you get any newspapers, anybody get any newspapers anymore at home delivered? Let's say you got the Plain Dealer at home. In the good old days, the Plain Dealer used to deliver to somebody's house, okay? Let's say you subscribed to it, you got it. And one day, you didn't get it. You called the Plain Dealer and you said, where's my paper? And the Plain Dealer editor called you back and said, well, the senator in the state of Ohio didn't like an article we wrote, so he forbid us from publishing the paper anymore. What would your reaction be to that?
Confused.
Confused? Maybe outraged that a politician would say, you can't publish it because you wrote something bad about me? Right?
I mean, I would think it would be silly,
Right.
you know?
Because that Plain Dealer's got a right to publish their paper, don't they? They have a First Amendment right to the freedom of the press to publish their paper regardless whether somebody likes it or doesn't like it. Right? It's not conditional. I mean, it's the same right that Mr. Cadu has with the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay? But what good is the right if people are going to ignore the right, ultimately? And then it isn't a right. It's a paper right, which doesn't mean anything. So I'm just trying to get across the fact that when you say that you won't follow the instruction that somebody's got a right not to testify. And with that right, if they decide not to testify, you cannot, as a juror, consider that for any purpose. That's a right. It's not like a suggestion. That's all I'm trying to get across. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, with that, I do understand you're saying you're on the fence. So, with understanding that that is a right, I do also appreciate, like I said before, and like the judge said before, not everyone is going to be the right candidate for the jury. So if you
See,
are
no,
willing...
wait. This goes to Mr. Feusel's question about whether we want to be here, okay? We didn't find these 36 people to come in here when we had a criminal case of burglary and trespass and figured these would be the best 36 people, okay? These people are an infinite number on a voting, or a finite number, but a big number on a voting list. They're called in here in order, and this just happens to be the case. So I'm not gonna consider whether they think they would be the right person for this jury, okay? This is what we have. You know, next week could be a civil case, and they may not want to sit in a civil case because they had a car accident 20 years ago. Doesn't really matter. They're here for this case.
I do understand that, Your
Okay.
Honor. My concern is just if someone is saying they're unwilling to accept the rights that my
That's a whole
client
different,
wants.
that's a whole different question, whether they're here for the right case or the wrong case. So, I understand your point. I just want to make sure we're talking about, we don't pick and choose. I didn't pick number 5. I thought she'd be great on a burglary case, okay? So,
Yes.
all right.
So, I just want to clarify whether, after hearing all of that, whether you think you can set aside that opinion and follow the instructions, or if you think that in the back of your mind, you're not going to be able to put that aside.
I mean, based on the law and following the instructions, I would do what I was asked to do.
Okay. Does anyone else, after hearing all of that, feel like they'd have a problem with that? Okay. All right. And then, okay, the last thing that I'm going to get into is kind of the presumption of innocence and burden of proof. Has anyone seen a car pulled on the side of the road and thought, what did that person do? Yeah? It's okay. Did anyone, when they're walking in here, see my client at the table and think to themselves, what did he do? Yeah? So, again, as you were instructed earlier, Mr. Cadieux, as he sits here, is presumed innocent. That innocence is not overcome until the prosecutors have found, or have proven beyond a reasonable doubt, every element of each charge of the case. So, as he sits here, being innocent, does anyone have a problem with kind of shifting their viewpoint from, you know, did he do this, did he not do this, to, has the state met their burden to prove each of these elements on each of these charges? Does anyone think they have a hard time making that mental shift? No? Okay. And with respect to beyond a reasonable doubt, does anyone have any confusion as to what that means or how high that burden is? Everyone got a clear picture? Okay. Then I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to excuse the prospective jurors out into the hallway. When you go out there, it's probably going to be about upwards of 15 or 20 minutes. When we bring you back in, we'll identify the 13 who have been chosen in this case to hear the trial. When you go out there, you can talk to each other about anything you want to talk about, except the things we talked about in here for the last hour and 15 minutes, okay? That's the only thing off limits. Everything else is fine. So figure 15, 20 minutes, and Bob will round you up when it's time, okay?
It's like merging in traffic. That's what we decided.
Have a seat. All right, I'm gonna excuse, 25 and 34 for cause. 25 it's gotta be on a plane at 4 o'clock.
Those 27, Judge.
27.
Was it 27?
Right?
Yeah, that's what I had written down. was-
Yeah, 27, sorry. Yeah. And 34's got the, OBGYN appointment this afternoon. So those two are gone. Is there any that the, state would like to excuse for cause?
No, Judge, I think everybody redeemed themselves and followed up with it.
All right, what about the defense?
Your Honor, we would ask for number 16. He did say he had a, bad interaction with the police. He doesn't know if he's going to be able to have a, be fair and impartial to Mr. Cadieux.
Okay, from the state?
When I followed up with him, Judge, he indicated he would be fair and impartial and said he could listen to what the witnesses said, especially when I asked directly about what officer testimony would be. I think he'd be fair and impartial.
Did you have something?
No, I think there's just one of the jurors had a question. That's all.
For me?
No, just for
Oh,
me.
okay. All right, I'm gonna excuse 16, because I thought he was clearly gonna decide what he was gonna decide. All right, anybody else from the defense?
The juror number 19, the one we
Okay.
talked extensively about, Mr. Cadieux not testifying.
Did he ultimately say he would follow the law and the instruction?
After about the 10th time he was asked, yes, but he did
I don't think it
appear-
was 10 times, I thought it was a
I do think he was
multi-dimensional
very clearly
conversation.
hesitant about whether or not he could.
Does the state have a position?
At the end of the day, he indicated he'd be able to weigh the evidence and follow what he's asked to do. So he'd say he's not for cause.
All right. I'm assessing his credibility, and I don't believe him, ultimately, what he told me, so I'm gonna excuse him. Anybody else from the, defense as far as cause?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm gonna give you guys, some time, go over your, list, and I'll be back to talk about peremptories, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
19,
So,
hold on, more.
the way that it works is we're gonna start from the
25, or
beginning,
27,
and
the
then
guy who's gotta go to North Carolina.
basically we go through and we
And
mark
34.
people off, and then go back and forth. And so from like, starting from the beginning of the list, were there any that you had strong no feelings towards?
16, 19.
Okay, 16's off, 19's off. Any like 1 through 15?
1 through 15, 33, 5 and 10 are iffy. 3 is iffy. Yeah, almost 20.
5, yeah, 5 was iffy for me.
Number 3.
10 was pretty iffy.
Yeah.
3, who's 3?
Still at early first, so that's still besides that, the only other one that I, number 25, she has strong, connection with the prosecution and all that. Like, besides that, everybody else seemed to be pretty
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that one I wasn't worried about. On my list. 25, those are my 3. He already, okay, yeah. 20.
Yeah.
7 that was, the woman that was in the corner of the chair, we were talking about the burglary of her house. Yeah, I kinda like her.
deal with this fucking pink hair. The guy that kept on saying, like, the Hispanic guy that kept on saying.
He's already off.
28?
Yeah, it was 27.
Oh, it does.
Mhm. I did not,
Surprising.
I didn't
To review me,
like
yeah,
the
definitely
but
can be
based on
improved.
his, questioning.
I didn't like him either. I don't like the fingerprint thing. Yeah. That shit. But even, I mean, like, even without it.
Does not mean.
We had the guy back. Yeah, that'll be alright.
Or she didn't
That
talk
could be one
at all, but she
thing to discuss
yeah.
with later.
Ashland, 3 and 3, right?
What?
3 and 3, right?
I think so.
The one thing to.
Try and do math to see where our bottom number is.
Yeah.
One answer, if we like fingerprint to an answer, I don't think since we already had the other thing. Yeah. Could have been more to show that.
Later problem.
What was that? Who was that?
They're gonna get rid of him when they.
34 is OBGYN, yeah.
I think he was the one that told me the pain.
Yeah, I mean, I looked 20 until she said that fingerprint thing. So
So 22.
Very weird. So he was like a part-time security officer, but he's a truck driver. He had strong feelings about attorneys or law enforcement who only serve their own monetary interests. I mean, nothing strong, but. Yeah. I like 11.
me too.
Yeah, 13 I did not like.
No, I think it's a no too.
How much longer do you need, counselors?
Good.
About 1 minute.
All right, no problem, I'll let the judge look at it.
Alright, so I don't think we're gonna get to the first, so I don't think we need to worry about it. Because there's 13 here. These two being excused, each kid, my kid, yeah, I think it's 3. And
So they start at 1 and then go for the
yeah, and then they just keep going up.
Okay.
So I don't think we'll have to use one other. They can get rid of the 3 guys. Which one was 3?
3 was
First, yeah.
the first. She ended up probably thinking her friend had been a murderer.
I did not like 13.
Yeah.
And so I think I'd rather have 3 for this chemical than 10.
There you go.
I'll put him in our number 4. So then,
So,
if they pick one of the ones that we would have picked,
we would
then
pick,
we have an
yes.
extra.
What did you like about 22? Oh, he was the.
I feel good about that.
Me too.
All right, we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, first one for the state.
Juror number 7, Jacob Langsdale.
Defense,
Juror number 5, Samantha Schmidt.
state,
Juror number 9,
defense,
Juror number 10.
state,
no further.
defense.
Juror number 13.
Any more from the, state?
Just 3 and 3, right, Judge? Or did I miss count?
4.
4? Judge, may I take back my pass? I miscounted. Thought it was 3 and 3.
Go ahead.
It was discussed with council
All right.
before we began too. We both thought it was 3 and 3. But, for my third selection, then it would be juror number 20.
Does that change what you want to do with your last one, with your previous one, Ashlyn?
No.
Okay. All right, so now you had, states had 3, you had 3.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Foisel, do you have a 4th?
22.
Ms. Carroll?
Juror number 3.
So the 12 are 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, 21. You guys got the same 12 I got?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So then, that means number 23 would be the alternate. Do you want to excuse him, Eric,
No,
Ashlyn?
What?
23, the alternate?
Excuse him?
Do you want to, do you want a peremptory on him?
Oh, no.
Okay, so 23 would be the alternate. All right, anything else before, we bring them back in?
there.
Do you have witnesses here?
First witness should be arriving within the next 15 minutes.
Who is that?
Lee Morgan.
All right, I think he's here.
He's here already? Perfect.
All right, so we're gonna go, instructions, opening, and then we'll probably start the first witness.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Could I use the restroom really quick, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know where he did regroup? Yep. Is he down that way, or is he up here?
I don't know where, I came in,
I don't wanna be in front of the jurors, but,
Is there a,
do you know what it looks like?
use the restroom? Yeah. Come on. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how many, I mean, the other ones have badges on, so you might be
you go
able
to
to.
that last one?
You're probably gonna use the one that's over
Yeah,
there.
you can use one in our office.
I can, okay. I don't have to go out.
I don't wanna do this.
You want me to try and get them?
You could Mr. Morgan for me, see if he can come to the check-in, if you will. I can make sure it's in.
Sure, I can call it, he's over.
Perfect, thank you.
What's his first name?
Lee.
Lee Morgan?
Yeah, I saw him when he checked in, I had no idea who he was.
Yeah, basically, I mean, 'cause we have, what, 75 in here right now?
So warm in
And
here.
it's like 69 or 68 over there.
Yeah, it's like way cooler.
Call that bipolar.
Good one.
Yeah. I forgot to ask you how you feeling. Better?
Like 85%.
Okay.
Much better than Friday.
All right, evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts which the court requires you to accept as true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the indictment or the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, the accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you may assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. The testimony of a defendant is to be weighed by the same rules that apply to other witnesses if the defendant takes a stand and testifies. The defendant has the Fifth Amendment right to not testify in this trial. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you shall not consider that decision for any purpose. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence will be the force and weight of the evidence, regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness, believed by you, is sufficient to prove any fact. During the course of this trial, a number of exhibits and testimony relating to these exhibits may be introduced as evidence. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibit should receive in light of all the evidence. Jurors will be permitted to take notes during the trial. Jurors will not be permitted to ask questions of witnesses. It is the responsibility of the lawyers to present all the evidence necessary for you to decide the issues in this case. You will not be permitted access to transcripts of witness testimony during your deliberations. Please be aware that once deliberations have begun, you may not have contact with anyone other than your fellow jurors and the bailiff. This means that once deliberations begin, you will not be able to make any phone calls. We will give you advance warning when we're getting close to the end of the case, so you may let the necessary people know that you will be out of contact once the deliberations begin. You can be reached for emergencies, but if you were called out of the jury room, you will not be able to return. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. Do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Wear your lanyard so the attorneys, parties, and witnesses know that you are jurors and off limits to them for conversation and contact. It may be difficult for you to understand why you may not discuss this case among yourselves until it is submitted to you. You will receive the opening statements, the evidence, the instructions of law, and the arguments of counsel. It would be unfair to discuss the case among yourselves before you receive everything necessary to reach an informed decision. You should explain this rule prohibiting discussion of the case to your family and friends. When the trial is over and your jury duty is complete, you will be released from that instruction. At that time, you may discuss the case and your experiences as a juror. I'm going to give you what is called the admonition. It's a standing court order that applies throughout the trial. I'll remind you of a version of it, a shorter version of it at every recess, but if I forget to do that, it still applies. You have been selected as jurors in this case. We have taken the time to seat a neutral jury, so this case can be decided based just on what goes on in the courtroom and not on outside influences. You are required to decide this case based solely on the evidence that is presented to you in the courtroom. It is my role as a judge to determine what evidence is admissible and what evidence is not admissible. It It would be a violation of your duties and unfair to the parties if you should obtain other information about the case which might be information that is not admissible as evidence. You must carefully listen to all the evidence and evaluate all of it. Do not reach any conclusions until you have heard all the evidence, my instructions of law, and the arguments of the attorneys. Otherwise, you will have an incomplete picture of the case. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. The reason for this is you might be given information or an opinion that could alter the way in which you view the evidence or the instructions or even how this case should come out. Such an opinion or conclusion would be based on an incomplete or inaccurate view of the evidence and therefore would be clearly unfair. In addition, you must not try to get any information from any other source. This ban on outside information also includes any personal investigation, including visiting the site, looking into news accounts, talking to possible witnesses, reenacting the allegations in the indictment, or any other act that would otherwise affect the fairness and impartiality you must have as a juror. Finally, you must not have contact with anyone about this case other than me and the court employees. This includes viewing any social media sites of any kind regarding this case or any aspect of your jury service during the trial. If anyone tries to contact you about the case directly or indirectly, do not allow that person to have contact with you. If anyone persists in contacting you or speaking with you, that could be jury tampering, which is a very serious crime. If anyone contacts you in this manner, report this to me or the bailiff as soon as possible. You should know that if this admonition is violated, there could be a mistrial. A mistrial means the case is stopped before it is finished and must be retried at a later date. This can lead to a great deal of expense for the parties and for the taxpayers. If a mistrial were to be declared based on a violation of the admonition, the juror responsible could be required to pay the cost of the first trial and also could be punished for contempt of court. Are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Foisel, opening statement?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for your service today. July 11th, 2023, in the middle of the day. Couple of things. Hear something, see something, say something. Caught red-handed or caught red-pants. These are two things that are going to make a whole lot more sense when we're done. On July 11, 2023, in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio, at 219 West High Street, the home of James Steelman, his domicile home where he lived and has lived for the last 20-plus years. A man enters the second-story bedroom belonging to his grandson through the window on the second floor. You're going to hear testimony of how a neighbor, someone who just happened to be sitting in his room, looked out, saw somebody in the backyard that wasn't supposed to be there, climb up onto a railing, up onto the second level, force open a window, and climb in. But not only did he see something and say something, he took a picture. He got out his cell phone and took a photo of the person half in the building. You're going to hear testimony from Mr. Morgan. You're going to hear testimony from Mr. Steelman, the man who lived in that home for 20-plus years. You're going to hear the description that Mr. Morgan provided to officers. And importantly, you're going to hear a timeline. You're going to hear about how Mr. Morgan saw this crime occur, snapped that photo. You're going to see the description, you'll see the photo, you'll see a white t-shirt, you'll see light colored pants, red under this. You're going to hear about the arrival time that it took for Painesville Police Department to get there. You're going to hear how within a matter of minutes, Painesville Police arrive on scene, and no one else is seen exiting or leaving that property except the defendant, Jason Perdue, as he was seen on the side of the house within a mere minutes of the phone call coming in. Mr. Morgan saw something and said something. You'll hear that evidence. You're going to see the photos, and then you'll get to see what took place inside the home. You're going to see images that are going to be described to you by Mr. Steelman. Pillows being overturned, pills being scurried with, drawers being opened. commit a theft offense. Police arrived on scene, and they apprehend the individual within minutes. That's what you're gonna hear. There's nobody else on the scene, just Mr. Purdue. Just Mr. Purdue. Middle of the day, approximately 3:30 in the afternoon. Testimony will not be long. It's not going to be a multiple day drawn-out event. Listen intently, listen carefully. Someone saw something, someone said something, and they were caught right there. That's what you're gonna see today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the jury, on behalf of my client, Jacob Purdue, I'd like to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time and effort in this important civic duty. Today is an important day in Mr. Purdue's life, and so we, thank you in advance for giving this trial your full attention. As he sits here today, Mr. Purdue is innocent. Just as I explained during the voir dire process, he remains innocent of each charge until the state of Ohio proves beyond reasonable doubt every element of each of the two offenses that they allege. And they must, this is the highest burden in our legal system. This is more difficult than the standard of what has to be shown for a multi-million-dollar lawsuit or for kids to be taken away by the state. This is a criminal conviction to the state here. Throughout the course of the trial, the prosecutor will bring witnesses to present a story of what they believe happened. And what will be important during this trial is noticing which testimony or evidence is not presented, or what testimony and evidence does not add up, or which testimony and evidence is inconsistent. Mr. Feusel went into a line of questioning during the voir dire process about, you know, the understanding that there's not going to be a lot of evidence, that different types of evidence are appropriate for different types of cases. And so I do want you to pay attention to that. So we just ask that you listen carefully to the facts and hold the state to their burden. Thank you.
Thank you. First witness?
Thank you. The state would call Lee Morgan.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. And stay up close to that microphone so your voice gets picked up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, if you could state your name and spell your name for the record.
Lee Morgan, Leemorgan.
And Mr. Morgan, you, how old are you?
51,
And where do you reside?
207 East West High Street, Painesville, Ohio.
And how long have you lived there?
5 years, a little over 5 years.
Were you living there back on July 11, 2023?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, or do you know any of your neighbors, specifically the neighbor that lives at 219 West High Street?
Not personally, no.
Okay. And over the course of the last 5 years, that you hadn't actually met him before?
No.
Were you living at your address back on July 11th of 2023?
Yes.
Did anything happen or call your attention to your neighbor's residence at 219 West High Street?
Yes, there was a burglary occurring.
Okay. So your attention was drawn to that 219 West High Street. Specifically, what did you see?
I was in my bedroom, looking out the window, and I saw a white Caucasian male going around the premises, looking in windows, and then finally he climbed up on what appeared to be a lattice or a fence up to the second-story window and gained entrance to the window.
Okay. Start with your residence. You said you were looking out your window.
Yes.
Does this face the residence at 219 West High Street?
It faces the street, but the proximity, I can see everything that's over there.
Say that a little bit louder.
My window, my bedroom window, it faces the street, West High Street, but the way it's situated adjacent to my neighbor's residence, I can see it, his whole yard.
Okay, so you're able to see clearly that that's the back of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just describe, you said it was on the second story, so the neighbor's house is multiple stories?
Yes.
Okay, so first floor and a second floor.
Yes,
And you said, that he entered through a window on the second floor.
yes,
Before going to the second floor, you said you saw him walking around?
yes. He proceeded from the far side of my neighbor's house, and then he came around to where the windows are on my side of my house. And there's 3 windows on the first floor he was trying to gain entry into.
So did he get in any of the first floor windows?
No.
Okay, what happened after that?
Then he proceeded to go around the backyard, and he was looking up the windows. And he came back around to closer to my property, and he climbed up a fence and went up to the windows on the second floor.
Okay, so he climbed up like something on the backyard, like a fence or lattice?
Yes,
Okay, and got on and gained access to the second floor of the house?
yes.
When you saw him gaining entrance to that second floor of the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I called 911 as soon as I saw him going into the window.
And did you physically see him going into the house?
Yes.
At that point in time, when you saw him going into the house, did you do anything?
That's when I called the police.
Okay. Did you try to capture that moment in time anyway?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went and got my cell phone and I took a picture of him.
Okay, so took a picture of the person entering the house?
Yes,
And called the police?
yes,
Didn't wait a few minutes or anything, you called right away?
yes.
Okay. Prior to calling the police, were you able to see or visualize the individual that was going into the home?
Physically, I could see him, but right up front, his facial features, I couldn't see him because his head was preoccupied trying to see which window he can get in.
Could you tell the jury what could you see? How could you describe him? How would you describe him?
He was about 5'5", 6 foot, 150 to 180 pounds, white male.
So 5'5" to 6 foot, big discrepancy there. Was he closer to 5'5" or closer to 6 foot? Sorry.
5'5", I'm just giving the general description, like police would.
Okay.
But he was about 5'5" to 5'8".
Okay, so on the shorter scale, not necessarily 6 foot.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Could you tell what complexion he was?
White male, Caucasian.
With what?
White male, Caucasian,
Okay.
white male.
Could you make out what, if anything, he was wearing?
He was, only, what I can remember was the red underwear, because they were sagging off his pants before he actually went into the window, gained entrance, and then that's what I caught him on camera.
So you said you took a picture that day. Did you provide that picture to law enforcement?
Yes,
And that was captured on the 11th of July, right before you called law enforcement?
yes.
May I approach?
Yep.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3A. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 3A?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's captured in State's Exhibit 3A?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is my neighbor's house on West High Street, and it's the part of his house, part of the rear facing the side of my house.
Okay, so that's actually your neighbor's house.
Yes,
And this is the photo that you took on your phone?
yes,
Is it a fair and accurate picture of what you saw that day?
yes,
Any changes or modifications?
no,
Okay, I'm going to show you one more image. I'm going to show you State Exhibit 3B. Now, you see what State Exhibit 3B is?
yes.
What is State Exhibit 3B?
It shows, someone entering a window, red, underpants, blue jeans, white t-shirt.
That zoomed in portion of the photo that you provided police?
Yes,
Okay, that's the same photo, just zoomed in at that point to show the window location of the individual.
yes,
Okay. To your recognition, other than it being a zoomed in picture of 3A, any changes or modifications to it?
no.
At this time, I would ask to admit State Exhibits 3A and 3B.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, they're admitted.
And I'd also like to publish those exhibits at this time.
Go ahead.
All right, beginning with State's Exhibit 3A. Just a minute. Not in all the way. There we go. What's up on the screen here? Is that the same image that we just saw with that?
Same
Exhibit
image,
3A?
yes.
So what are we looking at again here? So you said this is the neighbor's house?
The neighbor's house, yes.
And you indicated there's 3 windows in the side and 3 windows in the back.
Yes.
That's what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And this photo was taken from your bedroom?
Bedroom window, yes.
Okay, so as you said before, it kind of positions the house, but you can also kind of see the back of the house, right?
That angle right there is where I took the picture, but my bedroom window is fairly large. I mean, if I go all the way to the edge of my window, I can see his whole backyard.
You can see the whole backyard?
Yes.
From that point of view, okay. So you can see what's beyond the window frame on the left if you were slightly positioned away from it.
Yes.
So you indicated in some of your testimony earlier, you saw him walking around the backyard. That would be off of the picture here, but that's where you saw him walking.
Yes.
The individual that we're talking about, that you said is making entry at this point, which window is he entering in this photo? So it may not be clear to everyone.
The third window away from my house.
So the window that is furthest to the left of frame?
Yes.
Okay. And in that image, what are we looking at?
Figure, gaining entry, blue jeans, red underpants, white t-shirt.
Okay. I'm gonna move to State's Exhibit 3B. Recognize State's Exhibit 3B again, this is the same picture that you saw that was 3B?
Yes.
Okay. This is the zoomed in photo of what we just looked at, correct, 3A?
Yes.
You mentioned red underwear, is that what you saw when you were seeing him walk around the house?
Yes.
The light colored pants, the red underwear,
Yes.
white shirt?
Yes.
That's to all officers as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you've lived in your location there for about 5 years, is that right?
Yes.
And in that 5-year time frame, you indicated you did not meet a Mr. Steelman, your neighbor.
No.
Do you know Mr. Jacob Cadu at all?
No, I don't.
Did you have any interaction with Mr. Cadu?
No.
You wouldn't be able to, and you weren't able to actually say who had entered it because you couldn't see the face themselves, correct?
Correct.
Did you meet with officers following calling this incident in?
Yes.
And on that date, when you met with officers, did you, happen to see officers arrest anybody on that date?
Yes.
The person they arrested on that date, was he wearing clothing that matched the description of what's in this picture?
Yes.
From your vantage point, did it look to be the same clothing that you saw in this picture?
I was standing right in front of him when the officer was arresting him.
And what did you see when you were standing in front of him?
I saw the same clothing, blue jeans, underpants, and white t-shirt.
Okay, so you saw the light blue jeans, the red underpants, and the white t-shirt.
Yes.
While you were in your room and while you were looking out at that house, did you see anybody else either enter or leave the 219 premises?
No.
Did you stay watching that property until the officers arrived?
Yes, that's what the officers requested, that I just watch from my bedroom window until they arrived.
Okay, so you called 911,
Yes.
you were watching the property, you saw the man enter the property.
Yes.
And did you stay on the phone with officers until they arrived, or did you come down after they arrived?
I stayed on the phone with dispatch until they
Okay.
arrived.
And when you saw officers arrive, what did you do?
Dispatch hung up the phone and I proceeded out to the backyard of my neighbor's house.
Okay, and during that entire time while you were on the phone, did you see anybody exit the house?
No.
Okay, did you see anyone else enter the house?
No.
Did you see anybody walk to the back of the property?
No.
Did you see anybody walk to the front of the property?
No.
When you personally saw officers with the man being arrested, where did you first see him?
It was in the neighbor's backyard. We were,
Your neighbor's backyard?
yes.
So that, the 219 West High Street?
Yeah, it was the officer, myself, and the gentleman.
So the first time you saw him outside of the first time you saw the man being arrested was in the backyard?
Yes.
Could you tell which direction he was coming?
He was coming towards my property, trying to make it look, appeared to me that he was trying to make a quick getaway through my backyard property.
So it looked like he was gonna come towards your property first, and then went the other way?
Yeah, when he saw the officer told him to stop, and he just stopped right in his tracks.
Anything else you remember about that interaction?
I I remember the officer, after placing an arrest, asking me if anybody was in the house. He shook his head no. And then the officer asked him to say, just verbally, to acknowledge if anyone is in the house, and he said no.
So the defendant said no to that question?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time of day this was?
I get off work at 3 o'clock, so between 3:30, 4 p.m.
So around 3:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might move it this way a little bit. That's okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan.
Morning.
So, when you were originally describing the person you saw that was walking around the property, you said it was between 5'5" and 6 feet. And then, the prosecutor asked you to narrow it down, and you said, between 5'5" and 5'8". So when you originally talked to the officers, you told the officers that it was between 5'5" and 5'10". Does that sound right?
Somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you were talking about, where he was coming from, there was a discussion with the officer that you had about him cutting through to get to a certain greenway, what was it called?
I don't remember that discussion.
You don't remember? You don't remember saying something about he's always around here?
I didn't say anything like that. I never saw this guy before day in my life.
Okay, so you've never seen him anywhere, anytime before this day?
No.
And so when you were talking to, was it Officer Guns that you were talking to?
There were multiple officers I spoke to.
Does this officer look familiar?
One of them, yes.
Okay, and so you're saying that you spoke to officers in your neighbor's backyard, they didn't come over to your house?
They came to my door, yes.
They came to your door, okay, so you talked to them over at your house?
Yes.
Okay, and the view from that window, so from your front door, that's where you were talking to them, right?
No, my rear door.
From your rear door, okay. So, when the officer came over and talked to you, about how long was that conversation?
10, 15, 20 minutes,
Okay.
approximately.
And was that was the last time you ever talked to them about this until recently when preparing for the trial?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. They never called you into the station to do a photo lineup or anything like that?
No.
Did they bring you over to Mr. Cadieux at any point when he was, in custody to have you identify him?
When they took him into custody, I was standing right in his face with the officer.
Okay, but you hadn't seen the person's face, you said you didn't get a good look at the front, is that the?
Right, I only saw the side of his face because he was,
Okay, because he was facing away from you.
no, I saw the side of his face because he was looking in the windows. He never looked directly in my bedroom window.
The person that you saw entering the window,
Yes.
you mean, was looking, you only saw the side and the back of his head?
Yes.
You didn't see the front of his face?
Not until he was placed on arrest.
Well, you saw Mr. Cadieux when he was placed under
Yes.
arrest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw Mr. Cadieux, that you had seen the officers put him in handcuffs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were on the phone with dispatch until the officers arrived?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and you never saw anyone come out of that same window or any other, is there any other entrances in the back that are visible to you from your house?
There's a fence where I can't really see his back door, but I can see his backyard, but I don't know if there's an entrance back there.
But you didn't view anyone exiting the house?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. You met with officers, you meet them next door, or you meet them outside in the backyard?
Outside in the backyard.
Okay, so you initially left your house, went and met them outside in the backyard of 219 West
Yes.
19th.
I was on the phone with dispatch while the suspect was still in the house.
Okay. Person they arrested, did you believe that was the same person?
Yes.
And you mentioned that the officers met you at your back door. Was that after they had arrested somebody, they came back and spoke with you?
It was afterwards, like 40 minutes to an hour after, because they like brought the whole SWAT team out. And they had to,
As far as the timeline goes, you saw the officers, you came outside, you left your house, you met with them.
yes.
They began to place Mr. Cadieux under arrest.
They surrounded the building first. For some time, they had it surrounded. And then, for whatever reason, he decided to sneak out, and that's when they arrested him.
Okay. And then you went back to your home for a period of time,
Yes.
and then officers came to speak with you again.
Yeah, because they ordered me to go back to my house, and they said they would come over and speak to me.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
So just then, you said you saw that the officers came out in force and they had the house surrounded.
Yes.
About how long after the house was surrounded did you see, Mr. Cadieux get taken into custody?
10, 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes? So they had the whole house surrounded?
This was after they took him into custody, when they surrounded the whole house for whatever reason, I don't know.
Okay, so did they surround the house before or after you saw Mr. Cadieux?
Afterwards.
Afterwards?
There were 3 on the scene with automatic rifles and 2 detectives in the back.
Okay. And originally, and then more came, or that was what all came afterwards?
They all came afterwards. He was taken into custody.
So Mr. Cadieux had already been taken into custody, then the police department came in force with, heavy weapons and surrounded the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the last thing you saw at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, I have no further questions.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call James Steelman, Your Honor.
All right,
Honor, we
ladies,
approach.
ladies and gentlemen, this witness, James Steelman, you're gonna see his videotape testimony was taken last Thursday under the same rules that we operate as if he were here. So you're to take his testimony that you're gonna see on this screen as if he were sitting here and evaluate it the same way.
So if you got it.
I will.
Have a seat right here. Please state and spell your last name in the record.
Steelman, S-T-E-E-L-M-A-N. James,
How old are you?
55,
Where do you work?
219 West High Street, Painesville,
Is that in Lake County?
Lake County, Ohio. Ohio.
And how long have you lived there?
21 years.
Is that your permanent residence?
Yes, it is.
Is that your only residence?
Yes, it is.
And where do you receive your mail?
219 West High Street, Painesville.
Does anybody live at that spot with you?
My wife,
Is she currently there?
she is currently staying with her sister. She's afraid to stay at the house.
So, can you explain to me why she's not staying with you?
She was staying care of her sister. She was supposed to come home. And once the house got broken into, she's afraid to come home. She's, twice she's tried to stay at the house and has had to get a ride back to her sister's because she's scared.
So before, the incident that occurred on July 11th, was she staying at home with you?
On occasion.
Does your wife still receive mail at your home?
Yes, she does.
Does your wife ever come home during the day?
On occasion to take care of the dog or the cat.
And when she does come over, how does she get there?
Her sister brings her.
So is there ever a time when you come home from work and your wife is there and you didn't know that she was there until you get inside?
There has been a time or two, yes.
Does that regularly happen?
On occasion, not a lot, but on occasion.
And do you have any children?
Between the two of us, we have 5.
How many?
5.
And what are their names?
Megan, John, Cody, Tyler, and Cole.
Does Megan have a key to the house?
Yes.
Does John have a key to the house?
Yes.
Does Cody have a key to the house?
Yes.
Tyler have a key to the house?
Yes.
Cole have a key to the house?
Yes.
Does anyone else other than you, your wife, and five children have permission to be in your house?
No.
Is there ever a time when you come home from work and one of your 5 children are there, and didn't tell you that they were there?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Arms trucking.
And what's the nature of your employment?
I'm a dump truck driver.
What are your typical hours?
Typically 5 a.m. to anywhere from 3 to 7. It all varies.
So how does it vary?
It depends on how busy we are. Whether I'm going on longer hauls, shorter hauls, busy season, not busy season, it all, a lot of factors.
So on any given day, you go earlier or later than normal?
Correct.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the daily event. Were you working on July 11th?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell me about how you started your day that day?
How I started my day, typical, first thing in the morning, get up, do my morning routine, shower, breakfast, go to work.
And before you left for work, did you lock your doors?
Yes, I did.
And did you lock your windows?
No, I did not.
So your upstairs windows, do they lock?
They do.
Now, can you describe your upstairs windows to me?
Can I describe them? I don't know how you want to describe it. They're double hung, double pane, double hung windows.
They have a screen?
They do.
And in order to enter your house from a window, what would somebody have to do?
Open the screen before opening the window.
So after you secured your home, then what did you do?
Drove to work.
And while you were at work, did you receive information about the incident that happened at your house?
Yes.
And what was that information?
That my house was broken into.
And so what did you do to do that?
I called dispatch and let them know that I had to go home.
And about around what time was that?
Roughly around 3 o'clock.
And what did you do when you got home?
It was two of the kids were there along with some officers, and I walked the officers through the house.
And were there photos taken of your home, the outside of your home and the inside of your home that day?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness alone. So on the council was free, including Martin State Exhibit 1A, so they don't have. Can you tell me what these are?
First one's a photo of the front of my house. from the road. Second one is my bedroom, my bed, my headboard, my nightstand. Third one is my medications on my nightstand, or my headboard. Fourth one is the head and the headboard with hand sanitizer. Fifth one is my armoire and my wife's nightstand. And the sixth one is also my wife's nightstand.
Are those the photos that were taken at your home that day?
Yes.
And are they a true and accurate copy of the photos that were taken at your home that day?
Yes.
And have they been changed or modified in any way?
The photos themselves? No.
Your Honor, the statement was published and admit it exhibit 1A through 1F.
The exhibits to one, any objection to exhibits 1A through F?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So, Mr. Steelman, come over here on clarity. Can you tell me what we're looking at here in photo 1A?
That's the front of my house.
Okay, and how do you know it's the front of your house?
I've looked at it for 22 years.
Of course. So now we are looking at exhibit 1B. Can you tell me what this picture is depicting?
That is my bedroom, my bed, headboard, nightstand.
Okay. And is this photo of your bed and your headboard nightstand, is it in the same condition as it was for when you left work that morning?
No, it is not.
Okay, and can you tell me what's different?
The pillows are tossed, and it looks like the, end table is ruffled with.
So it's not in the same condition as it was when you left for work?
No.
Can you tell me what we're looking at in this photograph?
My medications that are on my headboard.
And are those in the same condition as they were when you left for work that morning?
No, they are not.
Okay, and how can you tell?
Oh, yeah, I always leave my medications in a perfect line, like say a 6-pack or a 12-pack of poppers here.
So are they in that same line in this picture?
No, they are not.
Now, we are looking at State Exhibit 1D. Can you tell me what's in this picture?
That is the hand sanitizer that's on the bed next to the headboard.
Was that hand sanitizer on your bed before you left for work that morning?
No, it was standing up on the headboard.
We are looking at State Exhibit 1E. Can you tell me what's in this photo?
That is, my armoire and my wife's end table.
And is the armoire in the same condition as it was before you left for work that morning?
No.
What's different
You
about
go
it?
to the bottom drawer is open, and one of the doors is partially open.
Okay. And how about the nightstand next to the bed? Is that in the same condition?
It's messier than it was.
Okay. And in particular, what is messy in here?
The down below, it looks like it's been gone through, and then on top, a couple things look like they were moved to the side.
We are now looking at State Exhibit 1F. Can you tell me what this picture depicts?
That is her nightstand drawer open.
Whose nightstand?
My wife.
Okay.
That's her nightstand drawer open.
And are the items inside the drawer in the same condition as they were when you left for work that morning?
No, they were definitely tossed around. She leaves her stuff super neat.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again? On the side of counsel was previously involved with Exhibit A, and C. Mr. Steelman, can you tell what these are?
Photo of the back side of my house. closer up photo of the back side of the house, an even closer photo, the back side of the house, the southwest bedroom.
Are they true and accurate photos of the backside of your house?
Yes, they are.
Have they been modified or changed in any way?
No.
Are the state moves to publish and admit to exhibit 2A through 2C?
Objection to agencies. They're admitted.
Just Dylan, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That is the back side of my house.
And how do you know that?
Lived there for 22 years.
Of course. So can you point to things that, in this picture that identify it as your house?
That the deck, been there, same deck. The no grass, just weeds in the backyard.
We're now looking at State's Exhibit 2C. Mr. Steelman, can you describe me what you see in this photo?
The bedroom window, my grandchild's bedroom window, with the screen all bent up and the window open.
So where in the house is this window located?
Southwest corner,
Okay. Is it the first floor or the second floor?
second floor.
Mr. Steelman, was anything ultimately stolen from your house?
No, it was not.
Was anything moved on the first floor of your house?
On the first floor of the house, no.
Was anything moved in the kitchen?
No,
Anything moved in the bathroom?
no.
So can you tell me exactly where things were moved?
In my bedroom and my grandchildren's bedroom.
Do you know who the defendant in this case is?
No, I do not.
Have you ever met the defendant in this case?
No, I have not.
Did the defendant in this case have permission to enter your home?
No, he did not.
So for the question, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, Mr. Steelman. Okay. So, I'm gonna kind of start from where your testimony started and just kind of make our way through everything. So, you said that your wife, before this incident, had stayed with you on occasion.
Correct.
So she normally stays with her sister?
Her sister is having health issues right now, and she's taking care of her sister.
Okay, how long has that been going on?
About a year and a half.
Okay, so she's been staying there to help take care of her because of her health issues?
Correct.
Okay, and where does her sister live?
Geneva,
Geneva, okay, so that's about 20, 30 minutes away?
roughly.
Okay, and so you said she had stayed there a time or two since she had moved out there, but not a lot?
She did come out once or twice a month and stay.
Okay. And you said all the kids have keys to the house, right?
Yes, they do.
But none of them reside there, right? They all
Correct.
have their own residences?
Correct.
Okay, and you said there's a room designated for your grandchildren?
Yes.
Okay, so what's in that room? Is
What-
there a bed in that room?
There's 2 beds,
Okay,
a dresser, a TV.
okay, but they don't reside there, that's just for if they come to visit?
Right, when they come to visit.
Okay. And you said that the times that your home ranges anywhere from 3 to 7 based on if it's busy season or not, right?
Correct.
When is busy season?
Summer.
Summer? Okay. So that's when you would be coming home later in the day versus the earlier 3 o'clock time, would be closer to about 7 o'clock time?
Usually.
Okay. And you said that before you left for work that day, you didn't lock the windows, but, you normally do lock them?
I never really check the windows.
Okay. And I believe you told the officer that those windows specifically don't lock.
That they weren't locked.
That they weren't locked?
They weren't
Okay.
locked. They do lock, they weren't locked.
Okay.
Airflow.
Go ahead.
Airflow.
Okay. And so when you were at work and you originally missed a call by the officer.
Correct.
And then when you got them, you told your boss that you needed to go home?
Yes.
Okay, and when you got there, 2 of your children were already there?
Yes.
Is that, and that's because the officers had reached out to them?
Yes, they're the officers, my wife.
Okay. And when you got there, were they inside the residence? Had anyone gone inside the residence at that time, or was everyone still outside?
Everyone was outside when I got there.
Okay, so no one had gone into the residence before you got there?
The police I had given the police permission to go in.
Okay, so the police had gone in before you got there?
Yes.
Okay, so by the time that you went into the residence, the police had already been inside, they had already looked inside the residence?
Correct.
Okay, and then the pictures that they took, the prosecutor had talked about how the officers went in and took pictures of inside and outside the house, right? So did the officers take those pictures while you were present, or did they take any pictures before you got home?
While I was present.
While you were present? Okay.
Yes.
And so when you walked upstairs, the prosecutor had shown you 2 pictures of the armoire and your wife's, blanking on the word, nightstand. And so in one of the pictures, the nightstand was open and the other one was closed. So when you walked up there, was that closed and they had opened it for the picture purposes, or was that open when you got up there?
Hers was closed and we opened it for the picture purposes.
Okay.
Mine was open.
Okay. And so you had said that in the picture that the prosecutor showed you of the bedroom, that your pillows were tossed.
Correct.
And that was a difference that you noted in the bedroom, right?
Right.
Okay, and so do you normally make your bed?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you normally make your bed before you leave for work every day?
Yes.
Okay, but in this situation, when you got home, the pillows were not made, there were other objects on the bed, the blanket was pushed to the side, and none of that was the way it was when you left?
Correct.
Okay. So when you said that the pillows were tossed, that isn't necessarily what you're saying happened. You're saying the whole bed was messed up. The
Well, I
blanket,
mean-
pillows, there's a.
The blanket's not really that messed up in the picture. I mean, it's pushed aside a little bit,
Okay.
but the pillows are definitely tossed. It's up next to the headboard.
I'm gonna hand you that, State's Exhibit 1B. So if you take a look at that, it shows that there's the bed.
Okay.
There's a blanket that's gray, looks gray, pushed to
Right.
the side, pushed to the left side. There's a pillow, there's 3 pillows, it looks like, on the bed. 2 of them are stacked, the other one is over on the right side, which she said was by your wife's nightstand.
That's, yeah.
Okay, and then there's some kind of red fabric, it looks like some kind of article of clothing that's on the right side there.
Dog blanket.
Dog blanket, okay, is that normally?
Yes.
There's normally a dog blanket there?
Yes.
Okay. So, but you're saying that you made that bed before you left?
The pillows were up against the headboard stack, and the blanket was just pushed up against the pillows.
Okay,
Was it military made? No.
okay. So then, I'm gonna draw your attention to the next State's Exhibit that they showed you of the bottles of pills. So that's State's Exhibit 1C. And so you said that you noticed that that was messed up because you normally put them in a line, like an 8-pack of beer, was it?
Like 6 or 12 pack of beer. I keep them perfectly organized because it's
Okay.
easier for me to get them into my pill minder when they're in perfect rows.
Okay, and so it looks like the back row is a perfect row, the front row, there's one that's maybe half an inch forward, and then there's one that wouldn't fit into any other standard row, right?
I mean, it normally fits in the row, yes.
How would you line up 4 bottles and 5 bottles in a perfect row?
Line them up straight.
Okay, and that normally would look like a 6 or 12 pack to you?
They're symmetrical. I mean, other than one line may be longer than the other, but they're still symmetrical.
Okay, and you said the end table was ruffled. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? You said that your end table on your side was ruffled, but.
Yeah, there's, like my mask is pushed off to one side for my CPAP, and the envelopes on the box are pushed to one side.
Okay, so that normally is, in better condition, normally those papers are in a perfect stack, or?
Usually, yeah. I mean, they're gone now,
So
but
in this situation,
they're,
they're in disarray, but normally.
they're twisted, it looks like. Yeah, I keep them, but they're twisted somehow.
Okay, and the machine, it looks like the mask is right on top of the machine. So you're saying that that's normally not how you keep it?
Yeah, I mean, the mask is usually with the hose up on top as well.
Okay, it looks like the mask is on top.
With the hose though. The hose is hanging down.
So normally you fold up the hose nice and neatly?
Yes.
Okay.
I coil it up right on top.
Okay. And then, so there was hand sanitizer that was standing on the headboard, but then it was on the bed when you saw it?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know where specifically on the headboard it was? Do you have a specific designated?
It was right next to the urn.
Right next to the urn? What is
The red box.
So there's a very specific spot that you keep it?
Yeah, it stays right next to that box on the urn. I mean, that's where she keeps her stuff.
Okay. And so you said the right side, that, nightstand is your wife's nightstand, right?
When you're looking at it, it's on the right.
Right. And so she keeps all of her stuff in there, you don't keep your stuff in there?
Correct.
Okay. And so when she comes over, you know, once or twice a month, she has her stuff over there in her spot?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, so those specifically designated things, those like 5 things you pointed out, those were the things that you noticed that were different when you came back into the house with the officers?
Correct.
And they told you if there's anything else out of place, you know, or if you notice anything missing, give them a call?
Correct.
You never noticed anything else out of place?
Nothing missing.
Okay, and if you did, you would have called them, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you some of the other pictures that they took while they were, at your residence, and then I'm gonna have some questions. One second. And then I'm just gonna label these, defense exhibits A1, A2, A3, A4. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Approach. Yeah, I'm gonna show you these pictures. Can you take a look at this, please? Your Honor, may I go behind to show the pictures to the lady? Okay, and can I show that to the camera? Did you get a good look at it? Okay, so does this, fairly and accurately represent your bedroom when you saw it, when you walked in that day?
Yes.
Does anything look changed?
Same as the other
Okay.
pictures.
And so aside from those 5 specific things that you designated were different, is there any different in what is the normal state of your bedroom? Okay, so these bottles here and these bottles on your dresser, those are normally there?
Correct.
Okay, and this basket over here with some clothes on the floor, that's the state that it's normally in? And the dog blanket that we talked about before, that's normally on the bed like that? Okay, and then all of those items on top of the, headboard, they're normally all there, aside from the ones you designated were different?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm gonna show you, A2. And so that's just a view from the hallway, right?
Yes.
And that shows all those same things that we just talked about? Okay. And then this shows the other bedroom that you were talking about.
The bedroom that is next to mine, that is not the grandchildren's bedroom.
Okay, so this bedroom is, what do you?
North, that's the northwest corner.
Okay, what do you keep in that bedroom?
Nothing, that's the kids' junk.
Okay, so you just keep junk in there?
Yeah, that's one of the kids' junk.
Okay. And then,
That
can
is
you tell me
also-
what this room is?
That is also the northwest bedroom.
That's the northwest bedroom, okay. And so is that the normal state of the bedroom with things, around the floor, on the shelves, on the floor over there, a TV on the floor?
Yeah.
That all is the normal state of the room?
Yeah, that's the youngest kid.
Okay.
Okay, and the only other thing I wanted to discuss was, when the officers, interviewed you, when you got there, they reported that, they were talking about, you know, what happened, whether you want to pursue charges, things like that. And you had mentioned that there were forecasts in the residence, that you had, you know, people were kind of figuring out where the cats were. So do those forecasts normally live with you?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions or anything.
The redirect?
Yes, sir. Mr. Thielen, does your wife have belongings at the house?
Yes, she does.
Can you tell me what belongings she has at the house?
What belongings? Clothes, darn near everything. You know, all of her bathroom stuff, clothes, dressers, essential oils, pretty much everything. I mean, she's just got a few things with her at her sister's house.
And does your wife keep her things organized?
She does, more so than me.
So the defense shows you a picture of your grandkids' room. Is that's their room, right? That's not your room?
The grandkids' room, yeah, that's their room.
And are the kids messy?
Yeah, very much so.
Now, despite the fact that it's busy season, when you're at work, do the times that you come home still vary?
They do.
So you still come home early in the summer?
There are times when I'm home earlier in the summer, yes.
Now, the defense attorney say that your wife comes over 1 or 2 times a month. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So as of now, your wife is only comes over once a month?
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to come on now.
Before the incident happened, how often was she coming over?
Once or twice a month.
Before the incident?
Before the incident. Since the incident, she's only been home twice. For like a couple hours.
Now, on the back of your house, I'm going to show you witnesses that we looked at previously. Pull that up to the camera. Can you tell me how many windows you have back there?
Which exhibit is that?
Excuse me, Your Honor, that's 2A.
On the back of the house,
The second story back half of the house.
second story back half of the house, 3 windows.
Now I'm showing the, witness state exhibit 2C. Can you show that to the camera, please? And was that, screen bent like that before the incident?
No, it was not.
One second, Your Honor. When you returned home that day, was that the condition of that the screen was in?
Yes.
What other questions?
In response.
No, Your Honor, this time I would just like you to publish the photos and, admit the evidence.
All right, there, all right, you may step down, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna send you to lunch now. If you could be back at about 20 after 1, we'll start as soon as everybody gets back. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not conclude anything until the case has been submitted to you.
All right, Drew, you can go. Cheers there.
All right, anything to place on the record for the state?
We marked the deposition as testimony as state exhibit, just so it has a number for identification purposes.
Okay.
Not admitting that,
Okay.
just for identification
okay.
purposes.
Yeah, he's not admitting.
That's just checking.
Did you bring lunch?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, grab it.
Are they just bring it up?
Meet you back
Oh,
there.
okay.
Old bar, no, you got it. You got it.
See them all? You don't gotta go far, please.
Alright, I'm gonna go scratch some stuff
Yep, see you back at our office.
Need your energy, go ahead.
down.
What time did you say? Come back, 1:20.
Did you say 120?
I missed it, but I'm guessing 120, it's usually 1 hour.
Nice.
Make sure it works.
Oh, there's only 2 more. But there's also closing and instructions.
Go home, go relax.
Okay,
All right?
I'll be back at 1:20. Okay.
Yeah, if you're wrong, if not, then, you know,
Okay,
we okay.
all right,
All right.
I love you.
Love you too.
If you just wanna kneel on
The chair, or whichever, I take.
There you go.
Yeah, they look like they all have left. Only one went back into the jury room.
Well, we'll take a look at the, the media room out there,
Yeah, I was,
see what happens.
I looked everywhere, there's like.
That's where I always, find one.
All right. We're just gonna go this way.
There's actually somebody in the jury room right there.
Oh, okay, well then, we'll wait.
But, that's not a juror, that's over by the, vending machines, I don't know who that is, some kind of soup. So, we'll probably go out that door with no problem.
But you said there's someone in here.
So when it went in here, yeah, so probably not gonna leave for lunch or anything like that. And see.
Do you wanna stand by the door and not let him out until I get?
I'll go out this way with you, I know.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I'll stand out that way. I'll take a peek too for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Hey, man, I want you to get fair share, yeah, you know. He's over at Judy.
He's over at Judy?
Yeah, he might be gone, he's only working like half a day.